Why, hello there. And we have started out blurry today. Cool. Alright, let me fix this really quick. Get that adjusted. A little bit of that. We'll make sure this is happy. That seems good. And you. What is up with you? That seems good too. Okay, let's get this fixed. Like so. There we go. Alright. So, what are we getting up to today? We're going to work on the character manager, getting some of the stuff pulled out of him first and foremost. I need to get this going, though. I want to pop over here. Set you, and then you, and then you. Perfect. All right. So, we also gonna need. Oh no! Forgot to start the database. Stop bothering me, Podman. Uh-oh. In doing other things, accidentally removed my container. We'll need to start a new one. That's okay. We can do that. Let's get this started up. And then we'll create a new container here. I'm going to leave that over there for just a second. Let's see here. These guys I actually want to throw away. I think this one as well. I need to look up what the current container is for Mongoose. And also, hang on 1 second here. That. Perfect. Okay. Okay, so it looks like official image. Do we not have multiple tags here? We do. I don't want to release candidate. I guess it's just... You got so many vulnerabilities. Oh, not allowed. Okay. Latest. One 7.15.5. It's all the same. They could be false positives. Latest. I don't want to pull latest. Let's try Mongo Noble. Okay. And if we have to, we'll fall back to whatever I had pulled earlier. but it would be good to keep somewhat up to date on this. And I'm going to have to set back to the overview here. Connect that. I think is probably what we want to set. And can I... Nope, just that. Okay. So, we're going to run and container. That's fine. That's fine. This. We made you. I need to go look at my server configs here, which have just the testing credentials. It's fine. Doesn't get hosted anywhere yet. Test user. Mongo initdb root password. Let's double check. Root password. Spelled out. Like so. Should be that. Oh no, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. See what happens. And then I can do compass. Okay. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to give it a good name. Cannot access credential storage. That's annoying. Okay. That's fine anyway, because it's just localhost. Authentication. Save and connect. Okay. Shut up. Okay. So we don't have any characters in there. That's fine, though. It doesn't matter. We can add them. So we're done recreating that. I do want to rename him, though, because Exciting Swirls is not... Who can I rename a running container? Let me disconnect. I might just have to... Yeah, I need to recreate it with the name, I think. Alright. That's fine. Should have paid attention. I was worried about the variables, though. Noble, we'll start you from here. Same deal here. There we go. That's still good. That's still fine. And I could have just left it, but there's 2 containers right now that I'll need to have just hanging around for future use, so giving it a good name will be helpful to me. Mongo initdb root username test user and Mongo initdb root password. Right? Yes. Try that again. We're connected. All is well. Okay. So if we need to run tests, we can, and then we'll just recreate users when we get to that stage. Eventually, we'll need to be a little bit more cautious about that, or more sophisticated, I guess I should say, with that, because we're going to need to populate it with data. We don't want to keep signing up eventually, right? Right now, it's very simple and lightweight and easy, but that's going to change eventually. And I need to throw myself a note here. Mongo compass. Fix credentials. Alright. We need to migrate this guy to the other repo as well. Got a whole bunch of stuff to do. For now, we should be good to go. You can come over here in case I need you again. I almost certainly will. Okay. Let me just check one more thing real quick. Actually, what we should be able to do... We should be able to run... Oh no, we weren't done fixing this. Okay, that's fine. Because we took out our minder and all that. Okay, so we'll work on fixing that first. This is what we had done, that's right. So we should be able to run this. Except for this isn't going to hit the database. What is working right now that's going to hit the database to sanity check? Game manager? Game map / world manager. This should be in a working order. Internal game map test. Here we go. Redundant. Oh no, duplicate. Okay, that's fine. It's a test. I don't care so much about that. Let's just make sure. Because we pulled status out. We can't compile yet. Okay. Alright, well, we'll YOLO it. And, if it proves to be a problem, we'll just circle back to it and fix it when we get there. Okay, so. What are we up to here? I need to double check this really quick. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. So. This is broken right now. So is this. We know these things. It is known. Let me think here. I think the sanest way is to continue pulling these things out into status effects first. Because we're going to just immediately break these if we go fix them. So, let's go do that. Status effects, here you are. So we want to pull effect map things out. And it's actually this to-do belongs in effect map. If we're really being serious about it. Which is a pretty minimal package, right, meow? Or split of the file, I guess I could say. Okay. So we can add them to a list, the effect map mods. I guess it is a map. But look at that here. A little look-see. What's going on? When we do our... You want me new character? It'll be the new character manager. Status effects is a new mod map. Cool. And then we load attributes, skills, and status effects. So this... We have a get by ID and by name in here. That's good. Which does do a lock. Okay. So we do all of our parsing and all that good stuff. Where does config come into this? Because config should be reading it. Right here, Fig Manager load status fix. Okay. So we got to be careful here because Config Manager may already know about the status effects package. Let's find out. It doesn't, because it has its own understanding of just the basic data structure of what a status effect is. And I need this to scooch on, please. Probably twice. Okay, so we might actually be fine here to pull this over kind of as a chunk. So we take an effect map, and then we're going to say just load status effects, and we're going to take a string that is config file path still. I like that. That's pretty good if you ask me. And it'll return an error. Just throw that in there so it compiles and so that we remember to fix it later when we're ready. Okay. So we can still do this. We could do that up there if we wanted to, probably. Effect map doesn't have a logger. Let's make this an argument for now. Sort of just thinking about my logger again. Keeps coming up as a thing that I'm not completely happy with. All right. Anyway, let me just jot down a note on that, because I'm wondering if I could do like some sort of like for cases like this where you're passing it as an argument, we could do like a add sublogger or something. So my thinking is that I want these guys to have a path in them, and my camera has gone blurry again. I think I want them to have a path in them, or not a path, but like a module name, right? So it says, hey, I'm config manager and this is my message, right? But when you hand it down to here, it's not really, it came from config manager, but it's not really a config manager logging this message. It's the status effects. And it's helpful to know that when you're reading a log message, right? So I'm wondering if I could put in like a helper that would temporarily append things. I don't know. To think about that a little bit. And today is not refactor the logger day. There we go. But I want to jot that down. How to signify. Let's write that legibly, huh? There we go. How to signify. So like character manager status effects. All right. Noted for future contemplation there. So now we have this guy here. He'll take a logger for now. And basically most of this stuff can really get copied over out of here completely. Let's just do this, and then we'll massage it. So it'll take the config file path directly. This is log now. Oops. Configured effects is the config manager load status effects. That's fine. This is actually going to get lifted back up. And this is going to be this. I think we're just going to go ahead and delete this for now. Okay. Let's cut that. Let's just get rid of this completely already. Fun. Very, very good. Love that. Still going round and round with my ISP. In fact, I'm going to bug them right now. For an update. Do. Okay, so hopefully we're back in action here. Like so. While I'm parked up here, I may consider temporarily switching ISPs and putting that on pause. I'll have to look at that though. I don't want it to be more expensive, that's for sure. Okay, nope, not you. I need you to come back. Oop. Over here. Okay. So we have our config file path, meow. And then this is going to go away. Oop. We're going to say error is... let's do... let's just create this down here as well. And we'll take it out of here. And then we'll do... hello. Effects, status effects, yes, is our mod map. Wait. Status effects effect map. Is it because of that? Okay, yeah, okay. There we go. So we create our mod map. Load status effects, right? We give it the config file path. We give it our logger that we're using right now. What am I doing? I'm building a mud game engine in Go. If this is not nil, then we're going to go and grab this message right here. We're going to log a warning. But we're also going to log an error. It says error. Actually, we directly... I'm just going to log error directly here. That's what I think. Okay. Where am I from? US. Okay, so yeah. Let me just double check. So we're gonna like have the same message actually. Hang on. Error loading effects. So that one is just a flat. This should be that. That's fine. And then here, this I'm actually just going to directly return error. That'll be fine. Well, no. This is going to be loading status effects from file. This will be error populating status effects map. There. That'll help us to trace back what's going on. So we return that. Otherwise, we continue on here. We're going to log the warning directly here. That's fine. This no longer is that. It's all in the same package. Like so. This is going to be... It's the other thing we got to do here. Ooh, you need to be guarded now because you're no longer an internal package. So we got to do that. And we got to do... Replace all of these calls. Like so. And the same... Oh, I just added... lock. Oh, I'm in regex mode, that's why. There we go. Now... Like so. Like so. Okay. What is this? This is a stream. Server internal character status restructure? Huh? Okay, effect, attribute, okay. This is just my effect map. Oh yeah, we need to lock this while we're here. And then we need to also make sure we defer the unlock like so. I also want this rename all receivers like so. I mean, what am I coding? A mud engine in Go? Let's see here. Game engine your own? Yes. Yes, indeed. So this is just going to become, what did I call the property? Just mods. So instead of this, mods, like so. This modifiable is attribute. Why would you not be... Because you're an effect. Wait. Did I grab the wrong... We do need to take a look at that. Effect, property to modify ID. Oh, because this is an interface, that's right. It can just be an effect for this. Interesting, like Unreal. No, it's for a MUD, so multi-user dungeon. It's a text game, the original MMO. Mods, like so. Why are you dealing with skills? Property to modify ID. Okay, yes, yes, yes. That's why. This is going to be a modifiable. Ooh. Where did we implement that? That was over here, I think. Maybe not. Where are you? You're in status effects. So it is in this package that we defined you, because we moved that over there. Property to modify ID value. Let me pull this back over here really quick. Maybe we found a bug. Oh. It's because we were making sure... We were making sure that we didn't have... Message retracted. Okay, then. We were making sure that these were valid. But... I don't know that we still care about that. We'll have to handle it some other way, or we'll have to pass it in. Or we have to pass in the lists of the valid, or the maps of the valid things. And I don't think that effect map should care about that. But then we have to think about, does it matter if, like, how do we handle and where do we handle applying something where a bad ID gets passed because something changed, a config was updated, an accident happened. We should already be... Right now, the characters have to call back to manager to see if the thing is valid anyway. So we could theoretically already just give them a warning. Do I want to do that, though? That I don't know. That's a little bit tricky. And before we were warning... I mean, we could give it a pointer to the caller, I suppose. That way it can interact with our understanding of the world. I don't like that idea, though. We want to get that out of character if we at all possibly can. Anywho. But then again, this is just for loading. It's only for status effects. Valid attributes and valid skills. I think I would rather just give this... I think I'd rather just feed this the variables as arguments. is a map of UUID to modifiable. And the same is true with valid skills. Like so. And then in here, it's not mods, this is valid attributes. And the same is true down here. What am I finding? What do you mean? This will be our valid skills. Like so. Okay, perfect. We'll still log our warning that says, hey, this ID is in both places, and I'm ignoring the status because it's broken somehow. Something has gone awry. Our duration is the same. Parse, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. So it's affected applies damage, but it has a tick time of less than a second. Not a valid configuration for damaging status effect, ignoring the status effect. Okay, perfect. Very end, we can do our add here at this effect ID is this effect. I don't need an error here anymore. Yeah, there we go. Then we can log that we're done and return nil. Like so. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So, you can go back in the trash. That's been moved over. And that's going to help us make this more testable, too. So, in our reload, we're going to have to do the same thing, though, after we do those. And these guys might... These might get pulled out as well. Think here. Yeah, maybe. Okay, so we gotta do... If we're gonna calculate this string path both times... Let's save it. You are also going to need attributes. Was it attributes and skills or skills and attributes? Attributes and then skills. Except for these... It's annoying. And these live in character and character. We can't circularly import. That's no bueno. We could interface it. and then assert it in here. Let's do that, I suppose. So then we come in here, and then we say... That should fix these guys. Still can't do that? Thought I could do that. That's right. It's because it looks different in memory. So I can't do that. And I can't circularly import. So that makes this kind of a no-no. Maybe I could... Curious what this game is? This game, it doesn't exist yet. I'm writing the engine right now. If we move that back to modifiable... Then, in theory... Can I type assert you? Or, gosh, brain fart there. UUID, UUID. That. This needs then to be a status effects modifiable. Non-interface. Right. I can't just type assert that directly. This is not interface. And... Oh, okay. So a map with a value of an interface different than this. Making this whole thing an interface is fine. Then I can say if the ID is valid, this effect is the effect, and we pull you into convert from config effect to our effect. We could do... We'll have to do this. We'll type assert you here to a modifiable. If that's not okay, let's just return a format error, and we'll say invalid attribute map type. We'll spit out the type. Must be and let's actually say that this is valid attributes, and then we are expecting map UID modifiable. Okay. That. And we're going to do the same exact thing here for the skills map. Same and same. Except for it'll be skill map, and this is valid skills. What do you think your progress in making this game so far? Is everything going well? Yeah, it's a lot of work. Just working through all the issues. Currently pulling out the status effects to be nicer to work with. Okay, so now attribute. Let's see if modifiable is a valid attribute. Or actually, this is really not even just seeing. This is if the modifiable ID resolves to an attribute, use that. Modifiable ID resolves to a skill, use that. If the modifiable ID resolves to both, something has gone wrong, turn an error, and ignore this effect. Okay. Skill map here. Oop, there we go. Property modify ID. Okay, perfect. Trying to modify this modifiable. Okay, that should take care of that trouble in the least awful way. So we feed it that. We could... Well, we gotta do the load anyway, so it's fine there. Like that, I think. Okay. Yeah. No, yeah, I got sidetracked. I was going to fix this as well. Let's see here. I think we do just... Like, it makes no sense to make this thing do that, but... We do need to reload, so I guess we're just going to let it build that string twice. If we happen to do so, this guy goes away. This is my manager, character manager config here. And then we do we probably want to do as part of this clear anything that happened to be in there. Is it map dot clear? Delete? I thought there was a helper for this. I might be thinking Dart, though. Clear map contents. Okay, we just make a new one. That's fine. I'm making my own voxel game engine 2 from scratch. How do you find new ideas and the motivation to keep going? I don't really need new ideas. Like, I'm still in the just implementing basic things that you need to make a game like this stage, so ideas are not a problem. I have too many ideas, and motivation's a lie. What you gotta do is find the discipline to keep going. So, when I wasn't streaming, I would just say, okay, I'm gonna spend an hour a day working on a project, whatever the most interesting, most top of the mind rather, most relevant project is. So, like, sometimes that gets booted off your priority list, right? But absent a good reason, you stick with the same one. And then you just say, okay, I'm going to work on this for an hour a day. And you work on it for an hour a day. You make that promise to yourself and you don't break that promise to yourself, right? And some days it's going to be hard and you're going to be struggle bussing through. And that's just going to be like, you're going to get through your hour and you're going to be done, right? That's what you're going to do, but you're going to get an hour done. Good time, you're going to be making progress, you're going to have momentum, you're going to work for a couple hours, 2, 3, 4, whatever. And that's great. You did more, that's fine. But you don't play any silly games of, well, I did 4 hours yesterday, so I do no hours today, and it's okay, because I don't feel like it, because that's how you do nothing, right? So you just keep not breaking that promise. Can you zoom the screen? Not really, because then it becomes too big to think. Okay, so clear any current data. We're just going to actually... mods is a new map, because there's no clear helper. You can go. And then we can ooh, actually, hang on. I want to do that right before. That way I don't wipe everything out on a failure to load. Ooh, except for... we're going to make a new map first. And we're going to accumulate... make map... UID... effect... and then... in here... new map... new map, down here, we're just going to do that. Replace whatever old data we had completely. Okay. Perfect. We get our path still in here. We get the path, and then, ooh, hang on. That's not it. Ooh, we could put the path inside of here, come to think about it. Well, then do we care about changing the path? Not until we do. We're going to do that. That'll clean this up a little bit. Um, like so. Status effect path. We won't need you in here anymore. We will need to effect status effects, load status effects. We're still gonna give it our logger, and then valid attributes, valid skills. That's fine. And then here is going to be oh, I just called you path is what I did. I should probably call it config path. We'll do that here in a second. Just because that's a little more expressive. Hey Mongoose, I saw you live, so I just wanted to look. Thank you before I go to sleep. I haven't slept since yesterday for some reason. All right, well, have a good night. Good luck with that sleeping thing. Okay, so that's in there now. I still got to return this error though. And I'm just still going to log a warning? No. I'm going to log an error that says error reloading status effects. That's what we're going to do there. Then up here, we don't need this path anymore. Up here, though, we're going to give you status effect path. That's better. I like that more. Okay, so now we can load and reload. We get our errors. We replace whatever data we might have had in there that is now crap. Still went on stall. That's fine. We've deleted that. I think that's all we need to do to pull this out of the character manager. Attributes and skills arguably should get the same treatment, but we're going to keep focused on one thing at a time here. In fact, I'm almost certain that they will, because they're going to be needed in map and they'll probably just map right now, because it's going to need to be able to pull out and say, well, maybe not actually, because if it just runs on IDs and it says, okay, I need to send this ID to the character to apply it, maybe it doesn't care. Maybe that's only a character concern. Although pulling them out gets us the character pointer out of there. But then we have to have a reference to both of those things in there too, which would be more explicit. Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked doing the thing I said I wasn't going to do. I want to stay focused on this. Okay, so that's all out of there. And now we need to make sure that we preserve our testing such as it is on this particular applied status as test on this particular piece of code. Because it used to have tests in Character Manager. We're going to need to replace that. So, effect, map, test, go. This is all in the same package. Did we do any setup? No. We have test modifiable stuff. I'm going to possibly pull that out. In fact, I am. This interface and this interface, both, are going to come up here to the parent just for visual organization. It's all in the same package, so it'll all be fine. I just want to not get confused about where they live as we go through this. All right. And then this is config manager stuff. We should have done this. We'll do that. Except test use it. You use it. I just want to make sure that I wasn't depending on nil here. Yeah. I only consider the error for whether or not I can continue. Alright, so that should be fine. Alright. Let's go. Character manager test. Let's see. That is going to go away. We're just going to have to fix all of this as we go too. Let me put that back in really quick. We're going to leave that alone. We're going to pull these out first and go from there. So we've got our test attributes list. Okay. Test skill list. This is probably going to have to go over there. Oh no, we write it to the file. Okay, that should be fine. What is MUD? Multi-user dungeon. It's the OG MMO, basically. Text game. Play online with your friends. Okay, so load attributes and load skills. Status effects are going to have to go over here. But because this reads, yeah, I'm going to have to pull at least some of this. Oop, let's not do that. Let's leave our structs up top here. Those are our mocks for testing. Not really mocks, they just implement the same interface, but yeah, kind of like a mock. Okay, so I'm really gonna need this. And I'm gonna need this. And this could be that. You can just be test config. I'm making my own, yes. That should be okay. Attribute list, effects list is going to have to go in here. Config manager status effect, that's fine. We can bring these over, that's still okay. Test attribute list, null UUID. We are going to want to bring over these lists just for the sake of being able to do comparisons and stuff and have their data. I think. We're kind of double testing on the config reading, but that's okay. I'm okay with that. It's too complicated to just mock it reliably, right? Like, that's a good way to introduce bugs. So we're not going to do that. We're going to need to borrow some of test main over here because we want to write this file so that we can test pulling it out of the file and putting it all together. This is all still fine. That's fine. We still need that. Wait, do we need that? We're reading files. We need you. We're going to grab this. I shouldn't need... this, I don't think. But I'm going to grab it anyway. And we'll take it out if we can get away with it. We don't need the test database. We do need to make our test config directory. We need to marshal up and write this stuff. Marshal skills. We don't need... actually... we don't need all of this. We can get away with some of it not being in here. We do need to make the directory. We need to marshal and write the statuses. That's true. And then we do need to clean up the test directory after we're done. And then we won't need a context because we've gotten rid of the database part of that because we don't, it's not related in this case. Okay. We're going to keep log around, actually, now to think about it, because we need to provide a logger to these calls, so it'll make it life easier if we just keep feeding it the same one. This, however, is not that, and it actually shouldn't be that over here either. It's just a copy-paste. Character manager test. This is status effects test. We're still going to feed. Ooh, these need to be... these can't be the config version of these guys. And we can't import anything from character, so that'll be circular. We'll need to either do it in the setup, or what does the modifiable interface look like here? This is applied statuses. I just need you. Modifiable has an ID, a name, and a value, which is an int. ID, a name, and a value. Can I get away with... They can have a 0 value, I think. Oh, but then, okay, yeah. I can't just do an interface, but I can do a test modifiable. That exists. It satisfies the interface. So I could make you test modifiable, give you an ID of that. Do I not? You're UUID. Oh, because okay, yeah. Because that's a null for the config package to figure out what's going on. Name can still be that. Let's not set any values until we need them. So we can actually just grab this. Well. Just paste it manually, it'll be fine. Like so. And then name becomes lowercase. We get rid of these guys here. Like so. And we're going to do the same thing with the skill list. Because it won't matter for us, I don't think. Like, we're really just concerned with whether or not it's valid. Like so. And then you can just be the ID, and because everything's internal to this package, because it's a test, I can just access these internal properties. Bird modifier, why are you test skill list 0 ID? Oh, because you are a config manager status effect. And this deals with, okay, that's fine. We can make you a null UUID. It's not gonna hurt anything. There we go. The same with you. Like so. Lowercase that. There we go. Okay. So that'll cut down complexity there by a good bit. Now. Create status effect duplicate modifier. Resolve type effect because your imports aren't. But add status effect. Not return for modifier with a duplicate name should have been. This should all have been moved over, so we should be good to basically just cut him out, paste him in here, and then fix up, like, we don't need this anymore. Test attribute is a test attribute. Test attribute. Value to modify test attribute. I could, I think. Oh, hang on. Why did I choose to do that? Effect value to modify is a modifiable. So actually, I should be able to make you be test attribute list 0, let's just say. No? Why not? Modifiable. Does not implement modifiable. Type does not implement modifiable. Some methods are missing. Test modifiable doesn't implement modifiable? You certainly do have a name. Oh, because I did ID. You stupid. You're stupid. Okay. ID method has a pointer receiver. Boop. There we go. I shouldn't need to do that, though. If I do change this, and this, and this, for that matter, what am I gonna break? Nothing? That can't be true. I'm going to break my comparisons in here, I think. Because we were worried about modifier target, new test modifiable, returns a pointer, but that shouldn't be a problem, I don't think. We can certainly find out here in a minute. Okay, so that means I can get rid of that. We'll use that directly. Perfect. This is not this. What we do need here, instead of the test manager, what did I call you? Effect map? Yeah. No. It's a new effect. New mod map. There we go. I should rename that. New effect map. Okay. You are going to take the... Actually, I could use... Instead of this, I should be able to do... path join our test configs dir and test status effect file name. Okay. And then this does not return an error. So then this can become test em add status effect, which is now exported. Right? Does not return anything. Okay, cool. Why doesn't it return anything? Because it just blindly adds it. We were looking to try to avoid that in the past, I think. Okay. Because we're expecting an error here. Let's go ahead and implement that. It's only used here. So, like, fine, why not? Error adding status effect to effect manager. It's because we did our checking here. That's why. Brain fart. That should be lowercase. Thank you. There we go. So here, you can return an error, and we'll say if okay. I don't care about that. I really just want to know if it's in there. Mod ID. If it's not okay, meaning it wasn't found in there, we do that. Turn nil. In here, I can't type today. We're gonna say we're gonna turn an error, and it will be probably because we only have the knowledge of so before we were checking both. I'm just going to say you have to give me an ID. It makes no sense to support names anymore because now things can get where they need to be, right? It's part of why we're doing this, so we don't have to jump through these hoops. So you, or rather, effect with ID this already present in effect map. Thinking about it, there's a case to make for overriding, but I don't think so. And right now, it's mostly used in testing. Can we get rid of you? Now that this is managing itself? We'll have to just see. See how things shake out. I don't want to get rid of it too soon. Like, yeah, it sucks to fix up a test that's just going to go away, but sometimes it be like that in refactoring. Git modifier. Modifier. There we go. Okay, so we add you, then we try to add you again. We're expecting an error, otherwise we get upset. I need to rename that too. This is actually just test em get status effect. Let's rename that while we're here. Because this isn't a mods. This is an effects. I was probably deep in the skunk works of getting everything related to modifiers in place when I wrote this. I kind of cognitive bleed there. Okay, so there is that. Now, what else? My status is what else can we pull over here from our testing? Creating a status effect. I don't know. Oh, okay, I see. That's fine. So because this isn't really create anymore, it's really just add. We're going to name you add status effect duplicate ID. That'll tidy that up. And then this one is just not duplicate ID. So we can just take this off. You can be test modifier ID. That's fine. Why did I create you? Test modifier ID is... Why did I do that? Am I kind of dumb? Probably, because that's not going to be a duplicate. We must have been testing name only. Duplicate name. That is what happened. Okay. That's fine. We'll take that out. It's only ID now. Adding a status effect. We only add you one time. We expect no errors. We expect the modifier ID to come back out. We expect it to be unchanged. Perfect. Okay. And theoretically, I should be able to run this. It should all pass. And so far, so good. Pretty happy with that. Okay, that means that this test can go away. We've pulled him over. And it looks like test status effects. Looks like the rest of our stuff is down here. Oh, this is just making sure. I need you to please... That didn't import you at all, did it? There we go. This is just making sure our effects come back out of there, and there's actually only one use, and that's right here after we load status effects. Which should be pulled over here. Like so. I don't need this. What I need is basically to pull my helper over, because that's the only place it gets used right now. I think it used to be used in more places, but that has changed. Wanted you. Got you. Okay. And that returns error strings for anything that could be wrong. And it's because I wanted to compare... I wanted to compare the config file version to what should be loaded out. But that's really more of a config file test, I think. Let me think here. Load status effects. I think I'm done with that for right this second. This is just a list of modifiable. Input status in test status effects list. So we go through here. We get the effect out of you at the ID I'm at. And we make sure that you look like the input status. So yeah, I won't need this here anymore because we've done a better job of pulling things apart. So what we need is this guy. New effect map. You need test. We need OS join these. Or no, path.join, sorry. Test config stir and test status effect file name. Like so. You don't give me an error because you just can't. You just build up. And then we need to do test em, load status effects. We'll give you the tests logger. We'll give you test attribute list, test skill list, like so. You return an error. If that's not nil, it's a fatal error for the test. Error loading. Error loading status effects. Spit that out. Okay. That gets rid of this. Now, this is test em. We go directly to get status effect by the ID. You shouldn't be... input status in here. Oh, okay, yeah, because you are null UUID, we need to grab the ID out of you. We would have to go through... For this list, we get you out. So, I should be able to say deep equal on test status effect list at I, or index in this case, and loaded status. If they are not deep equal, we're going to do an error. Bad effect loaded should or wanted, and we'll do the expanded struct, and we're going to do these on new lines because it'll make it easier to read. Got new line. I don't want to use go compare here. So I wanted test status effects list at index, and I got loaded status, whatever that happens to be. Okay, get rid of that. Cool. Love that for me. This should pass. Doesn't though. Valid attribute type map. Valid attribute map type provided. Test modifiable. Must be status effects that modifiable. Oh. Oh. But test modifiable should satisfy that. Status effects from file. Invalid attribute type. Attribute map type. That is in here. Modifiable. Modifiable. Should be implemented by test modifiable, and it is. Oh, this is a list. This isn't a map. That's why. Okay. So that's fine. Like so. Oops. I do this, and then I go, oops, I can't type today. Then I go through. I don't really care about that. I care about this, and I say valid attribute map at modifiable ID is modifiable. I do the exact same thing here. And because this is the only place, I'm not too worried about pulling this out somewhere. Not test attributes, skill list, test skill list, valid skill map, modifiable ID equals modifiable, like so. Then I can feed this attribute map, skill map, like so. Okay, what else we got wrong here? Bad effect loaded. I wanted... Oh, that's right. Hang on here. Because this is the... That's why I had that helper. That's okay. We still needed to do that conversion from our test data for these guys. It's this. I can't equal it with this because this is the... Okay. That's why I had you. I do want to compare with you still. Thought I could get away with you for a second there, but... And I pulled it out because it's just a lot of logic, so... You... And then... If I... Not you... Unless there's multiple. There is multiple. This is... Duplicate modifier and... Create... This should be just the helper. And it is. It must be up here. Yes. I can just grab... And because you take testing and you... Error... I shouldn't even need to fail here. I don't think. Copy. Pasta. Loaded status, input status. Okay. Pass UT. I guess we can do... Why did I choose to do this? This seems like a thing that is awkward. Like, I just want to keep stacking up errors and tell me all of them at once. Like, you can continue to T-error all you like. In theory, I'll take the return out of there, and I'm just gonna call you like so. And theoretically, you should spit out errors for me, if there are any. Like this. Valid memory address or new pointer dereference. Put status, range, test effects list. this. Test status effects list. You put an ID in you. You should exist. Input status, test status effects list. Input status, null UUID, string. What's going on there? Test EM. Got effects. Got a couple of them. I got a buff for athletics and .1. .1, buff 1. So I did end up missing some things. Not ideal. I should see attribute and skill bound. I bet you I did that on purpose. To test them. Modifier. But I did do the whole list here. Property to modify ID. Test attribute list 0. Oh, you know why. You don't have an ID. Because you don't modify anything. That's fine. You have an ID there. Sure, I'm overlooking something. Input status. Get the status effect. Effect set ID. Attribute and skill both found for UUID. This'n, ignoring this status. Let's really quick. Double check. Skill list. Attribute list. Why would we have a duplicate in there? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I got rid of that. Problematic. Okay. So you... Attribute and skill both found for UUID. CAF 1. We go to our attribute map. It's hard to read those as strings. Attribute and skill both found for UUID. CAF 1. I'm going to do it in here, but it's going to suck to... Oh, yeah, I would have to also... Hmm... This reliably collides, though, so that tells me I'm doing something wrong. I've made a mistake in here. So in loading, found is false. In fact, property to modify ID, UUID. Oh, actually. Yeah, no. Modifiable is an attribute found. Because attribute map, skill map, no? There we are. That's where my bug is. Okay. Testing works. Cloudy out there today. Let's see what the weather says while we run that. Oh, you know what? It's not waiting. It's just I forgot to do that. Let's see here. Bum, 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 bum. 83 and cloudy, it says. Few showers tonight. Humid, though. Definitely feeling that. Alright. So, our tests all passed now. That's good. You can go back out like so. Is there anything else in here? I shouldn't... I still load attributes for now. Loading skills for now. Create character. Testing a dupe. Loading basic info on a character. Display info. Converting attributes, skills. I think we're good there. All right, so let's go ahead and do commit as my connection struggles. Let's see here. Internal character manager, yes. Character manager test, yes. Status effects, yes. Applied status is test, yes. Effect map, yes. Test, okay, yeah. All that makes sense. Move the load effects logic into the status effects package module. Move the testing for loading effects as well. We'll push that up. It can do its thing. Alright. We have to fix the rest of this stuff before we move on, I think. I am just tired today. A low energy kind of day. Alright, what are you? That goes away. Unused. Oh, yeah, okay. For testing makes sense. Okay. You. So we got rid of that. Load character. I no longer need to wait for that because we're not waiting for it to start. We don't check that anymore. That seems much nicer. This. Applied statuses. Applied statuses is... we should also change that to make sure... Oh yeah, what was else? Character testing. Right. We don't need this. It's used only for testing, and we can go ahead and grab this if we need to. Right now. And if we replace that and kind of further decouple things, then we have even more control over whether or not we use or need that at all. So let's just go ahead and get rid of this guy. Like so. We're already breaking character tests a bunch, so no real harm. Boom. Character manager. Applied statuses. This is going to be... That's right. Because you are now way different. Let's get this tidied up really quick. Character can come over here for us while we noodle through this here. You still have applied statuses, but... This is more like status effects, new applied statuses now. There we go. And then same deal here. We don't need to wait for the reminder to start. We don't need to wait for him to stop. We'll leave that to do in there until later. It's for persistent stuff. Okay. That should fix up character manager. And let's tidy up this side of things too really quick. So that we can go look at character tests. Because this is all in the same package. We got to fix it all before we can run it. We'll get rid of you for a second. If you need to import later, we can always do it again. Attribute score. I need you to import though. There we go. So here is where test manager effect status effects. There we go. We can call that directly for now. And the same will apply here. Like so. Go ahead and collapse these as we go. Here's the one. Let's just do status dot effect, like here, gets replaced with status effects dot effect, like so. Fix up all of that. Hopefully I didn't break more things than I fixed. Okay, I think we're all right. And then we can do this and replace you. Top here. One we've already gone through. Make sure I get the capitalization correct and all that. Status effects. It moved me back down, but I'm pretty sure that was correct. Because we're in the same package, we have access to the character manager's internal stuff. For now. That didn't do a very good replace all, did it? There we go. Except for I forgot that. So worried about the other bits. Did I miss that? There we go. Okay. Meow. That should get us back to compiling the test. Character's still broken, though, because we need to go fix state before we're going to be able to run this correctly. So, let's go do that. Take a look at character. State is in the same package as well because it needs to reach out and grab some stuff. And it's actually going to be in alive, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Alive. No status anymore. Instead, effect application. So we could theoretically effect application on status effects because it's a type assertion. And then this is going to need to import. Okay, perfect. And then we need to do this. And I want to be very careful. This one might bite me. But let's see. Looks mostly okay. Okay. And then we're going to do the same thing with just plain old status effect becoming status effects effect. Alright. Now, these guys, this now returns an error. And error applying status effect error return res nil. Wait, yes. Because it returns a nil state. Right? You return an error now as well. That's fine. I want to... I believe this should actually be W for a wrapped error. It's actually worth maybe doing a quick attempt here. And then that, and then that. And then that. Because we need quotes, that's part of it. That. And I'm a little sus. I guess it could also be, I might have also used V. Yeah, that's not coming up. So I've done error F, U, single quotes, that. Thought that was my escape character. Oh, right. Okay. You know what? All of that, whatever, sent S or V. It's actually going to be that. There we go. It's going to be also that, escape that, comma, and then error. Okay, we don't have any of those. We do have some of thems. We can escape that. And then we can replace that. Oops. That, please. We need to put capture group A's in here. So I need to do you, and I need to do you. Is that not? Am I forgetting? I might be forgetting my syntax here. Search regex capture group. Where are you? Documentation. Enter parenthesis. Okay, parens. That's what you are. And boop, but not. There we go. And then I give you nothing. That's just how you are. And then I grab that and that, right? And then we replace 1 and then %W and then 2. For wrapped error. There we go. And doesn't seem like I broke anything. All right. Now, you. Decrement status effect now takes an effect, not an effect application. That makes more sense to me too. We give you that, and we do... Oh, we need also to have in here... in our data. E event type, apply damage, state event, event type, and data. That's why I was doing that. Oh, actually, yeah, okay. We can still take an application here. We can just do that. There we go. And then if we don't have, or if we error for some reason, we set the error and we say error decrementing status effect. We can do ID and name for human friendliness. And we give you the wrapped error. So we do effect ID. We need to fix that. We'll do it in a second. Effect name error. And then we return results and nil. Why do I return state? In my state, handle event. This is state event. That definitely returns a state, which is an interface. Yeah. Event results. Next state. That's what it is. Because we pass it in, so we go ahead and say if it's handled, or if it's not handled, you can't do that right now. This lets it set the next state. Right. So if we set next state, it allows it to transition. We'll see how that works in the future. It might get changed. For now, it's going to be okay. And then we're going to have the same thing happen here. This just takes an... No, it didn't. We changed it, didn't we? Status... Oh, it just is... Oh, yeah, because remove. Remove is just a direct remove. Yeah. Okay. Because we don't support removing by stack. It's in decrement. But, same deal here where this happens... Moving status effect ID name, and then the error itself. ID. Name. The error itself. Okay. And then we can still return. It doesn't make sense to do that at the end. We're just going to return the result to end the error anyway. We do it here because we can't go any further. But down here, we're going to leave that be. Okay. Now, is there anything stopping me from running this? I don't think so, because we fixed the stuff. Let's find out. Get attribute score. Assignment to entry in null map. Applied status is status map. When I do a new applied list, new applied status is, did I forget? No, I made you. So that's telling me that when I create you, new character manager, create character, unstow character, convert internal to character, attributes and skills, attributes and skills. I need to applied statuses, new applied statuses. Okay, let's try that. This will clean up, and then we'll do that. Still an assignment to a nil map. Interesting. Applied list. Status map. Character alive. Character state. You. Apply status effect. Because I didn't create you. Oh no, I did. Created you and I unstowed you. Status effects, add status effect on the test manager. Apply status effect. Character. Applied statuses. So I unstow you. Convert internal to character. Applied statuses. Create you. In here, I make that map. Attributes and skills. Return converted. We set up our attribute. We add you and we apply you. And that's where it all goes pear-shaped. That's odd. Or even the unstowed version. What's going on here? Character. Applied statuses. Definitely a nil map. Unstow. New applied statuses. Stop here and rerun. Okay. Character. There we go. Converted. Applied statuses. Has a map. Active characters, add character, and we return character. Okay. No errors. Character. Applied statuses. Becomes a nil map. Is it... That doesn't make sense. Why do you get lost along the way? We're sending pointers around. When we unstow you and convert you, new applied statuses, it's a pointer. Status map, is that? Is there some kind of weirdness here where it's not, where it gets cleaned up or something? That status is, it's still a nil map. Why aren't you an empty map? That's what you're supposed to be. Okay, just for fun. Oh, that's gonna break everything, isn't it? Hmm. Um. Let's see if we can figure out. Go maps are not reference variables. They're not passed by reference. Leaves the question if maps are not reference variables. What are they? It's a pointer to a runtime HMAP structure. Okay. Makes sense, right? So why do you go away? Um. Apply status effect. This effect. State event. Count. Effect application. So apply status effect in here. Applied statuses. Apply status effect. Well, then we do see it, though, drop off. Of our test character. So it shouldn't be that code. It should be in here. Because your applied statuses. And if I was to apply our test modifier here, or just oh, it's an applied statuses. Right. Okay. Well. Oh, it's because, okay. So, character. Apply status effect. Test modifier, which is a bad name, but that's fine. Doesn't like me because I'm not in. I haven't created it yet. My status effect, test modifier. Oh, you. Where you give me squiggles. Without explaining anything, that's cool. Error populating status effects map. Invalid attribute map type provided. Character attribute. Status effects modifiable. That shouldn't affect this, though. Character applied status is apply status effect. Applied list is status map. Which is my status map. Let's come take a peek in here. Okay. Status map, definitely nil. But why? Why in the world would that be the case? We get mutex. We get none maps. Alright, I need to use the restroom really quick, so I'll be right back. We'll come back and figure out what I'm missing here. I'm overlooking something, I'm sure of it. But yeah, be right back. Alright. I gotta turn that down. 1 second. Tried to see if I could kick the fan up just a little bit, but it's too noisy. Alright. Let's figure out what in the world is going on here. Applied list. Let's get out of there. Let me double check. Right here. What is your state here? Ooh, actually, hang on. Nope, that's correct. So, we unstow ya. At this point, there is no character. So we create you, and then we immediately run you through unstow to get you pulled out and inflated. Here, converted is our guy applied statuses, and he's got his map. Internal attributes. That's all well and good. Is it because of this? Like, it shouldn't be. It's a pointer. That's all this returns. Is a pointer. Okay. You return a pointer. And then here, we're back. And we'd go hide statuses. You look correct. On unstow, we set you up with your die roller. Character MB. Character manager MB. Character MB. Message broker. Ah, right. And then active add character. Character ID is that. And at that point, I'm still... No. Oops. Character map, character ID is equal to you. Character map. That seems like craziness, but let me just double check. Okay. Okay. Applied list. Nope, you're a nil map there too. Okay. Hmm. character. Five statuses. Oop, you're there. You're nil there too. Okay. So I made a mistake and missed. How about right here? Reload you. Okay, unstow, internal. Right here. Applied statuses. Looks like it's not nil. It's not labeled as nil. Comes nil there. That seems wrong. That seems like something's just getting held onto in the debugger here. Internal attributes to character. So right here, I'm going to inspect, which hopefully makes it refresh. That statuses. It's not labeled nil. Why doesn't it jump to here? Right there. That's what happened. Okay. We can let this be responsible for this. That's still okay. It's not that. This is left over from when it was a list still. New applied statuses. There we go. Okay. It's weird that it skipped over here and went into there when I just stepped in once. Could be like a debugger bug or something, maybe. Or maybe it got confused because this guy is technically... Well, he shouldn't be running in parallel yet. Anywho. Okay, so in here... do I want to do... Okay, I've got responsibility spread here. I don't like that. We do need to initialize him with a new state machine. And it might not always be pulling from a database. Because if this is an NPC... on unstow, we give it the roller. Oh, that's why we needed the roller first. I see. Okay. Applied status is... build this here. Let's... Hmm. Internal attributes to character. I don't love having this split up like this, but until we put these into something else, we're going to leave it in here. So I'm going to want to do if/when we pull these out, let the character itself grab them. I don't love having multiple places where the attributes are being set for a character. Split between here and the character on unstow method. Okay. Something for future me to kind of figure out what I want to do with, but for now, this should hopefully get us passing the test because we now cleaned up the overwriting, and it does. Okay, perfect. That was a crazy one. Alright, so we got you, we got that. I think we're looking pretty good as far as that stuff goes. Let's do a test. Actually, I need to do in here. Because we got to go into server to run that. Like so. Everything passing. I like that. Let's also do a quick race test. We ran this on Monday, and it was all passing still. But we changed some things, and we're still good. Awesome. Okay. Fantastic. I was reasonably careful with it, so I was hoping that would be the case. Okay, so now let's commit this. Fix tests and code we broke as part of the refactor. Push that up. All right. Now, that's going to enable us to, in theory, have our character responsible for doing its own ticks. We do need to call him. We're gonna call character manager and tell it to do the ticks, and we gotta wire that up. We have run tick here, which is really just right now applying our ticks for our statuses. We've moved responsibility for that into this package, so we should be good there. We've tested run tick, I believe. Apply. Blocking. Do move, do look. Oh no, we've tested decrementing. Did I ever... I know this is in here. It's in here somewhere. It might have been in my statuses, though. Because I set up a thing and I ticked it. There was a whole thing where we had like a half-second issue with timing, making too many ticks happen. So I know it's in here. Where did I put it is the question. Test for status effects. But that's the main. I want the applied statuses test. Yes. Apply damage tick. Okay, so that was tested. If we add a test to the character, it'll be double testing. But do I care? For now, I'm going to leave it out. It's just something I'll have to change if I add additional things that get run on tick or not. Okay. So, this is only used one place. It's used here. Right now, we return a reason. Can stow. Like, this does nothing, actually, right now. We can just as easily call stow here. Now that we don't have this other stuff happening, we can call can stow. But we shouldn't. That also is only used in testing. Hang on. Hello? That's cool. Why are you... Let's restart the ID. Camera has gone a little bit blurry too. That's fine. We'll just take a quick look-see here. Hang on. You, come on over here. There. Like so. Okay. Perfect. Cool. I guess we're just going to be broken. And not give me my list. Is there a key stuck? Do I have some sort of gunk? I don't see any gunk. Okay. Anyway, so on stow gets called in here, which just calls can stow. But why? Oh, and now you work. Okay. Okay, then. Yeah, so... Screw that. Call that. But... we need an ability to, like, force them. And we need to get some kind of feedback. So nobody calls you right now. This gets called from our character. Stow character. This gets called from character logout. Unable to stow character. Stow character, so you're not doing a whole heck of a lot for me here, are you? Reason gets returned from here. That's why we need to clean this up. That should still be fine. This is this, but any status blocks logout. This sucks. I don't like this. I want to... I want to think really quick here. So, the idea was that we don't want you to log out in combat. But maybe that's fine. Like, is there a case where a status should block your logout? Or do we just save the state that says, okay, you know what, you're poisoned for an hour, you're logging out, that timer doesn't run. That's okay. That's why I did this, because my timers, my next tick and duration and all that are time dependent. So we would have to, when we unmarshal them, or when we convert them over, we'd have to convert these status effects, reapply them, which isn't the end of the world. And, like, we can give you an extra tick, right? Where, like, when you log in, we set the next tick to be a second in the future. That's not going to matter. And anything that is short enough should be handled by the combat logout timer, right? Let's do... instead of a Boolean here, let's still support this as an idea. Oop, not status, string. If I could spell today. Okay. Like so. We're going to then append results applied status name. And let's call you well, do we want to do strings? Or do we want to do applied statuses? Applied effect. If we just return this instead. Why are you, what are you shadowing? What do you, where do you get redeclared? Ah, you're a struct. That's fine. Effect, applied status. Results could be list of effect. And then the consumer can decide but you're an applied effect. And I would need to give you how if I spelled that correctly as well. This is going to break other stuff too, though. Maybe that's okay. Because it's more explicit and avoids some other trubs. Thinking that embedding like that might just be kind of like a trap. That is not a great idea to do. Because it leads to problems like this. Applied list status map. Oh! Hang on. I was in the wrong thing. Just a quick test. I put that back. I could call just effect. Hey, another adventure and go. You betcha. How you doing today, Mr. Cresho? Let's roll back to it. Maybe it isn't a trap. Maybe I was just confused about what I was looping through because it's a map. And we appear to have the ability to just reference it directly. Which is fine with me. Okay. So we can return the effect list. And if we do that, then the consumer can decide what to do about that, right? So as part of like cleaning all this crap up, busy all day with work nonsense? Well, that sucks. But at least it pays the bills, right? Okay. Show. We return that. Now, that's going to get called in here. This sucks. We're not going to do it anymore. Can stow. I swear I used to call this from my character manager. I think not character manager, but client handler, and it states that might have gone away when we refactored because I wasn't happy with it even then. Playing game state. If I do a log out in here, login character out, character log out. Okay, so I just call character log out directly here. And if there's an error, I return said error. And I send that as text. That's not great. So I gotta think about where I want this living. Either we have to like check you here and have like a logout process that goes, if it's valid, to make sure that nothing changes in between when we remove you and when we stow you. Because if we error here, you're lost. I don't mind work stuff. It's the endless meetings I hate. Yes. Yes. I've said it before. I think I write more code now than I did in my last tech job. And that's just, well, maybe not the last one. I wrote a lot of code there because the meetings were pretty minimal. But before that, absolutely. Just because I don't have so many meetings. That was a place and a half, I tell you. They still did like planning weeks, and they had scrum managers scheduling meetings nonstop, and it was nonsense. And they paid consultants, agile consultants, to come in, and everybody was like, I have too many meetings, it sucks. And they're like, we'll just be more agile. We'll just be more agile. And like, there were no actionable answers anywhere in anything they were talking about. It was absolutely insane. And that's how I wound up falling down the rabbit hole of like going and educating myself on project management and agile, because I was like, there's no way that everything is this stupid and broken. And it turns out that yes and no. Just be more agile. Yeah, right? Like, agile itself has good things about it. It has good ideas, like a lot of things. The implementations of it are dog shit because managers got a hold of it. And most of the people who used to go on conference circuits saying you should do agile now go on those same circuits and say agile has been ruined by your management. And they're not wrong. Like, in true agile, when everybody in the team says we have too many meetings and it sucks, the answer should be declining the meetings. Would you like to have a retrospective? No, we don't find value in it. We're going to write code instead. Would you like to do a planning week? No. Groom the backlog. We're going to write code instead. Alright, anyway. Not create account. We want to be in logout still. So we got to think about, okay, logoutness. So right now, we're just going to yoink you from the map, and then we're going to say, well, we can't stow you. That's a problem. We would have to put you back in the map. So we got to think about how we want to do this. We can say, like, we can put you into a state with a timer. That would be possible. And then if you do anything at all, you exit that state and go back to playing game. Right? Could do that. And like taking damage and stuff would interrupt that. But we've already got this idea of the blocking logout. That should really be more of a safety measure than anything else. And I do like that as an option to toggle. It's just bureaucratic BS, so managers can have their KPI to show that they're managing. Yes. And like the worst thing about Agile in general is the whole, well, for one, Scrum and Agile are different things. They just kind of get mushed into Scrumgile in everybody's mind, but like different creatures, right? The estimating time, absolutely worthless in every aspect, right? I don't care if I did more t-shirts last sprint or not at all. Like, maybe they were different. Maybe we misunderstood the complexity. It doesn't matter. Is stuff getting done or no? Are we making progress or no, right? Like, it's very easy to figure out. Is everybody working at 110%? Fuck you. I want 60% on a good day and 100 on a bad day, right? This is the idea of 100% utilization constantly is nonsense too, you know? All those bean counters can sit there and wring their hands over how much they have to pay to make billions of dollars on our work. All right, so I don't want to do that, I don't think. 100% just leads to burnout. Yeah, absolutely. So we could have like a force in here. It's okay when it's crunch time, but you cannot have crunch time all the time. Yeah, and really, like, crunch time in general should be a red flag that you have screwed up something somewhere along the way. And usually, it's because some fucking dickhead salesman said, oh yeah, it does that, and it didn't do that. And it was maybe going to do that in the future, but now a deal is on the line. No. It's not how that works. Me, dog. You, tail. That's how you get an endless just dumpster fire of features that are disconnected, rushed, and half broken that nobody uses because they're all half broken. And, you know, only one person even wanted to use it in the first place. They thought that they wanted to use it. It's like the you aren't gonna need it, but for customers, right? Sales always oversells because they don't understand complexity behind it. Yeah, yeah. Well, they'll say anything to progress you through the sales pipeline, right? I briefly worked in sales. That's the job I quit because it sucked and they didn't pay anything. And they were always subtly telling us to just lie and say yes to whatever. It's part of why I don't do that anymore. So if we give this like a force log out, how do we expose that to the user without making them miserable? I guess we could just say force log out for cases where something's broken, and then give them a confirmation prompt or something. Sales is so soul-crushing, awful job. Yeah, I guess we're not wired for it. Yeah. Yeah. Man, working with salesmen taught me that I don't hate salesmen enough. Like, they are the most disorganized. There's like no real, knowledge or skill other than talking a lot. Like, just spitting words is the only thing that anybody there was really good for. Deeply, deeply annoying. There was a meeting where so they had these meetings constantly. They were every week, every Friday. We had either an in-person meeting or a phone meeting. They both were stupid. They were both the same meeting, basically. And people would put into the chats objections that they had during the course of the week. And then somebody would answer them. And somebody put into the objections, my husband just died. I can't think about this right now. Which, like, okay, fuck you for even putting that in there. The answer to that is, I'm so sorry, you have a better day, and walk away, right? My camera's gone. But then somebody actually answered and, like, tried to come up with a way to continue to try to sell that person something that hypothetical. Real but hypothetical, right? Like, they weren't in the room, but, like, anyway. And that was like, holy shit. I'm in the wrong room. There is not a soul in this room that isn't in me. I know a guy that can sell sand in the desert. Yeah. This sand tastes better. Okay, so log out. Log out's a problem for me. I know the feeling. Yeah, it's a bad room to be in, man. If I wasn't already quitting because of the all the lying that they were doing to me, because they pulled the usual, we promote from within, you can have a career here. So I was like, okay, cool, promote me then. And they made excuses and, well, if the numbers continue to look good, nah. You don't dangle the carrot for this horse. This horse knows that trick. This horse was once young and dumb and followed that carrot. It doesn't do it anymore. Okay. So you get called right now only in playing game state. Eventually we're going to need to handle like a drop of a connection. Right now we don't really, it just logs you out, I think. Carrot trick, same here, fell for it too many times. Yeah. I think everybody has to learn that one the hard way. And like the past 4 years, 3-4 years have just been hard, right? Like that's I got laid off 21 or 22, I don't remember. It was really hard to get another job. The one I found was not great, but I worked there for almost 2 years, I think. Year and a half, 2 years, something like that. Got laid off again, and I haven't been able to find a decent job since, right? So, like, the past, however long that's been, 4 or 5 years, have really solidified my absolute hatred for the corporate nonsense, and really given me a lot of time to think about it, and how completely stupid it is. And kind of just destroyed the hope that there's any company that isn't crap out there. Alright, so let's do a force parameter in here. We remove you, we stow you. And you just don't get a vote on whether or not you can be stowed? We'd have to force you too, though. 4 years, 5 years? Yeah, dude, it's been crap. Like, my last dev job was not amazing. But at least it paid the bills, right? And it's been a year and change since I was laid off from there. So, like, the past year and a half has been extra hard. Always hated corporate? Yeah. Like, it shouldn't be this hard to find something to do to make a buck when I have skills that people claim to need, and want. It's pretty nonsense. So this is Game Manager's version. Stow character. I would need to pass through the force to you if I wanted to do that. I think stow character just doesn't get a vote. It's just gonna write it to the database and remove it from the active, right? And I don't need a context. Well, I might need a context to pass through the database. I have a context here, so I can manage timeouts. And right now, this is all just running on a 30-second timeout. Hope your business idea comes through. Me too, man. I don't know. We'll see. Like, it's hard. Everything's hard, you know? I've had good results, good responses from people I've talked to about it, saying that it's probably a good idea. So... and I'm hoping that this week is the week. But I gotta see. Gotta see if I can... and then OBS completely dropped off again. Double check. Yeah. No response yet. Pretty unimpressed with their support. Nothing to do with it right now, though. In fact, maybe I'll look after streaming before I get launched back into working on stuff. Maybe I'll look at my options for a temporary internet connection of a different flavor, putting that on pause. Anywho, so character logout. If we put the force in, and I did the right way around, we should be able to, if force is not set, then we can say can stow, right? So that'll wire that up into this, except for I don't want to return an error here. Do I? The problem is I guess there's no actionable thing we can do here, right? We want to do it all in here so that we don't have to worry about mucking with state and with timers and with anything changing in between. Like, once we yank them out of the map, they're gonna be pretty safe. And then once we remove them, once we stow them, they get removed from the active character list, so nothing will happen there. So we remove them, and then we write their state. This really needs to return a result that we can return back to. I think that's why we didn't have anything in here. I think we need to enforce the log out over, or to do the check over here. To make sure we're ready to log out. Then we immediately call it, and if there's an error, then our recovery code should help us get out of it. Just in the off chance it falls through. And the same is true with our spawning code and everything else. I think we're okay. So that if we come in here, we can do it this way, to where we say, and this returns a message. Yeah. So, or no, this doesn't return a message. Because we need to return something to the user to say, hey, these are the things that are blocking you right now. So let's, because this is only called in 2 places, let's return a message instead of an error. Ooh, I can just... Well, I log it. I could just write it here? No, I can't. Yes, I can. But I don't want to send. That's not the pattern we've established here, is that these helpers don't have the side effect of sending things. They return a message for us in most cases, I think. Protocol message. Well, I guess there's only one that returns a message. The others are helpers to help it build. So yeah, let's make it return a message. We can still log. That's fine. Let's do it here. So blocking statuses is this, our state, our client, our character can stow, right? Bool and string. So you, yes, okay. So, same deal here, like so, right? If len of blocking statuses is greater than 0, turn false blocking statuses. We'll still use oh wait, yeah, it's effects. That's fine. Still return that, right? Otherwise it's nil. So, in our playing game states, we get our blocking statuses. Is there any point in... This is sort of just like becoming a pass through, though, if I let it do... Like, this still needs to happen because that mutex guards it. It's the character part. The characters can still... Like, I don't know that we're going to stow anything other than a player. Because we can despawn, or at least we'll add the ability to despawn a character for NPCs that need to go away, like if they're dead or something. That's fine. We can wire that in. But also, this to-do makes returning this applied statuses, though, is internal. Let's make this a string here for now. We can change it later. I don't think the Boolean adds any value really here anymore. So we're going to get rid of that. We're going to have this like so. If length of blocking statuses is greater than 0, we can actually swap that out and just say, did I lose? No. I don't care about the index s range blocking statuses. Like so, right? Blockers. Append s name. Let's use the correct Go syntax, thank you. At the end of all this, return blockers. If I do that, then I can return other things here. How do we translate that neatly here, though? When we have a different thing. Maybe we'll put that off and just throw ourselves... Well, we already got the to-do in there. That says we need to check like these things. I don't know about the room thing or not. Blocking statuses. Because I think I want to put like multiple different messages, right? You would say you can't log out because you're in combat, or you can't log out because you're bleeding. Let's... For now, yeah, we're just going to do it for now. Okay, so if length of blocking statuses is greater than 0, right, then we're going to return new message, protocol, game update, protocol text. Ooh, but we need to also... This needs to be operation failure. Maybe? Yes. No. Because we call logout here. So it can be text. Until we have a reason for it not to be. We're gonna need... this. And we're gonna say... following conditions are preventing you from logging out. Like so. And then we're gonna go, don't care about that. Range, blocking statuses. I am going to do I here, though. Do that. What is going on with this? This music is not good. Onwards, please. So here, out buff, right string. This is just going to be S, right? And then if I less than len blocking status is -1. I'm trying to remember. I'm 90% sure that I can just append that. Yes. And then this is out buff. No? It's because you're not... I need to call bytes on you. There we go. Okay. Otherwise... character logout. This just needs to be... new message, game update. This can still be text. I don't need that. I just want to say there was an error logging you out. But yeah, to do, there's nothing user actionable about this. Should handle it better somehow. Can return it for now, but like, I just don't love it. This, otherwise, if everything is all well, then we can just say see you next time. And we can probably put those into like constants or something. That's fine. Okay. And then here, we can actually just say, oh, there is a protocol goodbye. Whoops. Protocol goodbye. This, instead of being error, will be logout results. And then we're just going to send response. Message category, message type. Why did I send message? I have two helpers there. That's an error. Snooze that. If this is not nil, then PG client log error logging character ID out. Like so. PG client character ID error. And that should probably return there. Otherwise, what are you mad about? Oh, you only return error, not a byte. Right. Otherwise, we just set state unauthenticated. Right? Ooh. Okay. We do that. We return there. Things have gone horribly wrong. Here, if logout results dot type is not operation failure, then we set the state unauthenticated, right? And that does mean that in here, this should be, that's still game update. Operation failure. Operation failure. Oh, oops, fat finger. Okay. So we can run through that. And then we can do the same thing right here for a character logout. Oh, because it's character exit or character logout. Logout result. Still that. We don't do that anymore. This is basically all going to look exactly the same, except for the thing we do, right? So, set state account unauthenticated, or account authenticated. Because a logout dumps you back to the login screen. Okay. So if we error to sending, then things have gone terribly wrong and we return. Otherwise, if it's not a failure, we do the thing, we're done. Otherwise, it'll stay and we should loop back around. Okay. So that's better. I like that more. That should be still true. Cansto should be okay now for now. Okay. So, I'm going to call it there for the day. I'll throw myself a note about the next steps and then also do the do a commit probably. But thank you for coming to hang out with me. If you like this kind of nonsense. I do it for roughly 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting today and ending on Monday. So come on back around tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central. I'd love to see you again. If not, you guys have yourselves a great weekend. I will catch you some other time on down the road. I'm going to have some lunch and take care of some stuff. Have a great day. Bye.